Niin nyt täytyy
elä näyttöjä sovellus.
Tuota. Nyt se DFD ei varmaan käynnissä missään.
Se ei ole päällimmäisenä siellä Firefoxissa.
Hetkinen, mikä se on Firefox?
Se on se kettubox
tuolta.
Ei se katsotaan sitten Chrome. Se on sitten ilmeisesti Chromen välillä. Ylemmäinen. Ja sieltä TFD. Mä uudestaan valitsemaan sitä Chrome ja alempi.
Joo. Tossa. Nyt sitten mä saan tämän tuonne. Mistäs mä sen? Hetkinen, se oli nyt se oli Firefox-ikkuna. Ei,
se on ikkuna joka tapauksessa. Just se mitä
toi.
Missä se on?
Niin mä tämän roudaan nyt tänne.
Sinne vaan.
Ja
ruksaat sen sieltä.
Niin, joo. Tosta. Okei. Ja nyt sitten
palaat sinne
Hangoutsin tänne.
Ja rupeaa puhumaan. Mikrofoni on päällä.
Mikrofoni on päällä. 08 ja. Joo. Me olemme nyt livenä niinkään. All right.
Sitten se OK, onko se etupäällä?
OK, missä?
Eikö se pitäisi olla?
Pientä vihreätä vilkuttaa tuossa. Okei. Okei.
Mä yritän.
Joo.
Nyt kuuliin. Monster. sen peli. Todella 9. En tiedä mitään.
Voi olla, mutta sitten vähän.
Tässä on suora lähetys menossa, että yritämme tänne.
All right, are we ready to go?
I'm just writing up my report because
Oh,
I don't know what's going to happen later.
So who won the Nordic Championships?
That's what I've got here, commentary on board 5.
Se on menossa.
Meillä on nyt 0 katsojaa täällä, että sitä on ehkä tarpeetonta
So it
aloittaa.
doesn't matter whether we show who killed JF Kennedy.
Again.
That's good enough. Actually, I think our board 5 is also the most interesting game going on at the moment.
It certainly is, yes.
Do you know the name of that sports journalist?
I heard it several times, but I thought I wouldn't need to know. So. Vihreä valo vilkkuu, joo. Joo. Olemme livenä. 0 katsojaa. Joo.
It's TV1.
TV1, yes.
Okay, maybe I can find her online.
It's about linking. Yeah.
Pisteen perusteella kyllä siis värejä kiinni tarkastelua. Joo. Se on näitä täysläntyneitä sanoja.
Hei, tämä kaikki menee. Ei välttämättä ruokunta. Äänenä juosi. Ei voi sanoa. Ei voi sanoa. Pidä. Hei. Ja käyttää. Tai siis täällä on se mikrofoni, joka ottaa sen puheen. Kaikki mitä tässä puhutaan ääneen eikä kuiskailla. Kuva menee tästä. tietyllä terapia Suomessa on pystyy vai Do you have a pause? Pause very funny.
Ei onnistusta. Mä oon työskentelemässä tässä. Could it be that you are telling about the games? No, oikeastaan yhä avausvaiheessa ja enkä voi sanoa paljonkaan enemmän kuin, että avausten nimet ovat näin ja niin, ja ollaan yhä teoriassa.
Mutta voit kertoa turnaustilanteesta kaikenlaista. Panu on kiinni siellä jossain toisessa tunnissa.
Joo, jos nyt on sellainen teknologia, mihin en ole perehtynyt.
No, siitä voi vaihtaa peliin, mitä katsoa.
Olen tähän asti käyttänyt tämän koneen, mikä on hidas, mutta tuttu. Onko nyt jotain tässä ilmeisesti mun ääni? And you want me to speak English?
Kyllä, yes.
But am I on air?
What is the game? It is on air. What is the game that you want to? So, yeah.
I still have this bronchitis. Yeah, I mean, if we just want to talk about what the position is in the games, then work backwards from the big game on board 5. We have Blomqvist against Persivaldi, and this was Carlsbad variation of the Slav defense against the Queen's Pawn. Not a lot to say about it except that both players are playing very combatively, because you have the option of playing with the exchange variation of the Slav for something that is much, much more peaceful and more likely to lead to a draw. But Grandmaster Erik Blomqvist clearly wants to get more than that, and he wants to give his opponent a serious test. After all, if you're already a Grandmaster and someone is trying to get the same title as you, you want to make sure that they are worthy of it. So, in fact, Grandmaster Blomqvist introduces a novelty, as far as I can see, around about the, what move was it now? Yeah, I think it was his 13th move, where instead of recapturing in the center with the bishop, capturing the center with the bishop, he captures with the knight, leading to a position that's very complicated. Martin Persivaldi is matching him blow for blow. They have now played 19 moves, and we have reached a queenless middle game in which black has 2 bishops. White has 5 pawns against black's 4 pawns, and black still hasn't completed his development. So I suppose you might say that white is better. The machine says that white is half a pawn better, so I trust that until I've spent an hour looking at it. Black's just castled queenside, and they continue playing. The other important game, as far as the final standings are concerned, is happening on board 4. And this is a heavyweight contest between Grandmaster Axel Smith from Sweden and Grandmaster Jon Ludvig Hammer from Norway. This game is very difficult to see exactly how it fits into master theory, because there are so many ways these games can transpose in and out of previous games. But it seems to have an independent character by now. And my colleague has just arrived.
Hi, Panu here also.
You can show them the position, because I've just been able to talk about what's happening, and I haven't been moving this board at all. We can still see the Persivaldi Blomqvist game.
Yeah, yes, right.
If you take this Persivaldi, just skip back to the Persivaldi, to the Blomqvist Persivaldi game, and go back to the 13th move, which is where things start to get interesting. And here, that 13 knight takes e5 looks like a new move.
G5, yes.
G5 hits the bishop, and the normal move here is to take with the bishop.
Yes.
Which is more peaceful in the sense that you're not going to suddenly get a lot of open lines and loose pawns and things flying around.
And that's the old main line, dating
way.
probably back to the Ellivuori Oive World Championship match.
Wow, that is
1930s.
a long time. That is a long time. But Eric Blomqvist has a different way of playing, and he takes with the knight. This has, I can't believe this hasn't been seen before. At least in games played in analysis after the games.
Yeah, there is some.
What happens if I take with the knight?
There is some very nice new books, especially for this line, included there also. Unfortunately, I'm not expert on those.
Well, I trust
but
you. I trust you on that. But
I wouldn't be surprised that this Boris Avruk would have been analyzing this variation there also, because it's not kind of, this is nothing from the moon anyway.
No, but it does blow the position open now.
It does, yes.
White's now got his piece up. He's got 2 pieces on pre, so Black has an opportunity to decide which one is going to be taken. Taking one of them looks like it would cost a pawn. So
yes, but achieve a bishop pair.
Indeed,
actually, the old main lines typically, there's many lines where Black is a pawn down because of his aggression with f6 and g5, but has much enough counterplay.
So it's a combative line for Black. Black is playing to win.
It's very nice to see that the guys are fighting, because Blomqvist could have headed for a quiet draw with Slav exchange on the third
and
move.
no doubt Pescavali would not be too upset to get his grandmaster norm that way without having to fight. But they're on television. And I was saying that that if you're already a grandmaster and you have one of these youngsters coming up, then you really want to make them fight to get the same thing that you have.
Eric makes sure that Martin will achieve the GM1 if he gets it from this tournament.
Yeah,
it doesn't come cheaply.
Yeah, we've had the same. I've had the same discussion with Grandmaster Vasily Yemelin, who also became a grandmaster at a very young age, and now makes a point of making it as difficult as possible for youngsters to come up quickly, because he rather regrets the fact that he developed so rapidly as a player when he was young. He thought he should have been given a more severe test at that age.
It's like also what Victor Korchnoi, the legend, tended to say, that he's most happy to give lessons for youngsters by beating them.
Yes. So what we have here is a Slav defense, and it's becoming very complicated, even though it did start with main lines. The capture in the center, then Black took the bishop instead, which smashes Black's pawn structure, but also is going to weaken the pawns around the white king one way or another.
And achieving the bishop pair.
And it also gains the bishop pair. How important that will be is an interesting point.
There's a lot of room on the, or space for a bishop pair.
Well, you have to ask, yes, but you also have to ask, where is Black going to put his king?
It's traditionally on the queen side.
Yeah, the castling on the queen's side against this kind of English setup. White's attack is already halfway there. He's got a half-open c-file. He's got an a-pawn bombing down the board. It's windy. I mean, it's not as windy as the king's side, which is blown open completely, but it's still windy on the queen's side.
It's perhaps less windy than
yes,
the center than on the king's side.
Okay, well, but they do have the option after the exchange of knights on d7 and the black queen recaptures. They have the option of swapping the queens, which would slightly take the spice out of any direct attack against the king. So this is probably heading for a queenless middle game. There is the option of taking with the bishop. I checked.
Sure, yes.
Which would keep the queens on the board. And I suppose on a different day you might try that, because it doesn't look any substantially worse. And Black might fancy his chances of blowing open the white king's position when he's got two bishops, and he can ram the rook pawn down very quick. The king's rook pawn down very quickly.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
But that's another game. Percival took with the queen, so now the exchange of queens is available, and anticipating maybe that there'll be queenside castling, and also recognizing that the general plan of opening up the long white diagonal. White pushes a5. He's going to loosen up the pawn chain with the b7, c6 pawn chain if he gets a chance. Or he's going to weaken the black squares around the white queen side, the black queen side.
Yes, fortunately, from black side he has the dark square
He's got the dark
left,
square
so
bishop,
he has some defensive potential there also. But this is very interesting position indeed. And why didn't care about the f4 pawn at all? Because that would have opened the g file against his king's position.
You need to
maybe that's not that stable there. As the bishop on g2 could feel in that case also the pressure of being exchanged by the bishop h3.
Yeah, and mate to follow, as they say. But anyway, so after a5, my computer keeps locking on me. After a5, we get first of all we exchange off that forward f pawn that was just sitting there.
Took with the f pawn back.
Well, white recaptures with the f pawn, which opens the f file and looks at the weak f pawn. Call it an X-ray attack if you like. That looks at the weak f pawn on f6. So after the exchange of queens, black would have to recapture with the bishop to avoid losing the piece, and then the pawn on f6 falls off, and white wins a pawn. You know, and a pawn is a pawn, and it will also make the e pawn a passed pawn. So this has all got to be considered.
Black took measures against the a5 pawn.
Black played a6, yes, just to hold the queen side together and maintain that granite point at c6, which restricts the ambitions of the light squared white bishop. So that's not really a great surprise. And there's still the option of exchanging the queens. Then, interestingly, white plays bishop e4. You'd normally think to yourself that you would want to keep that bishop. It helps to defend the king, but of course the ambition of blowing open the long white diagonal has been by black's last move. So maybe he just feels that that bishop has done its job, and now he'd prefer to neutralize his opponent's bishop pair given the chance. But the bishop is not interested. Black now thinks he's got the better light squared bishop, and he drops it in on h3.
Yeah, and taking to e4 when the knight would take back.
Well,
then the f6 would be.
This would be tactically a little bit dodgy.
Oh, quite.
So perhaps that wasn't a real suggestion of exchanging bishops, but just an attempt to open up the f line. So the bishop drops in on the black bishop drops in on f6, and then white promptly exchanges the queens and says, "Thank you very much. I'll take that."
Grabs the pawn. Yes.
I'll take that weak pawn on f6. So we reach a position that probably defines what's going to come, because white has an extra pawn, black has the two bishops. White has free play for his rooks down the f file. He has a passed pawn. And you have to ask, where is black's counterplay coming from? The two bishops are just two bishops, but if they can't coordinate with the rest of the pieces, then they just look nice, but they don't do anything.
White is fully developed also, so that I believe that white has a slight advantage.
Yeah, white must be better here. I just asked my machine what it thinks. Ask my machine what it thinks. Black castles queenside, and then if I ask what my machine thinks about this middle game, it sits and it counts its digits for a while, and it's saying that white has half a pawn in advantage, which is nothing in terms of master play. It just means that one side is doing better than the other, but converting these advantages is what matters. So you look at what the position offers. White might like to develop pressure down the f file, get his rooks in if you can find space for them in the black position, and maybe get his passed pawn moving. The further that pawn goes, the more difficult the black position becomes. You can hold it, of course. If it falls off, that's another story.
Yeah, Black King is now quite safe, especially when looking at the position. And we'll see an interesting fight.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to continue for at least another 30 moves. I don't see anyone winning this with a direct attack, but you never know.
And a pawn on a5 might prove vulnerable also if it's not spotted by the b pawn, as a bishop can attack
Yeah,
it and keep white rook defending it.
Yeah, yes, you don't normally want your rooks to be tied down defending loose pawns. But in this case, the a5 pawn is looking a little bit offside slightly. It's
but very typical for this variation as well. What is the future of the white's e pawn is a good question. It's central, but it's in its initial position. Will it be a strong pawn or something of a liability to be just defended? But let's see how it will turn out.
Yeah, well, white is strong on the whites on the light squares.
Yeah,
just
bishop
in general,
is very nice.
It's not just the bishop; it's just the whole placement of the pieces and so on. It's strong on the white squares. So one imagines you'd think twice about putting that pawn on e4 because it would restrict the movement of the bishop. And you think that, well, it's probably not going to be too difficult to push it to e5 because black's only really got a bishop to stop it. I suppose he can bring rooks across. Maybe black can blockade that pawn and stop it from going to e5, in which case black is okay because of the pawn on e4 would come up the works a little bit for white. But there's a lot of play here.
Yes.
And I imagine that the players are already thinking about what kind of a real ending. I mean, they've got a queenless middle game here that some people would say is already an ending. But they're thinking, what sort of ending do I want? Do I want a rook and pawn ending? Do I want a minor piece ending? What kind of ending?
We will certainly be following this game up.
And so will the TV cameras. So
yes. So, shall we take?
So actually, the next important game is on board 4, and this is two grandmasters, what I would call the heavyweight series. This is Axel Smith of Sweden against John Ludvig Hammer of Norway. And it looks like a grandmaster game. This is all that you can say, because it was something called an English 4 Knights.
Shall we take it from the beginning?
We can take it from the beginning, yeah. So it opens with 1c4, which is the English opening, and then all the knights come bowling out.
Something very typical of these 4 knights.
Yeah.
Now white plays e3 instead of g3, which would be the great one from the KK matches.
Kasparov matches. So this is Kasparov type positions. Or it would be Karpov with the white pieces. White would like to think that, well, I'll play d4 and I've got some sort of a traditional queen pawn game, but black prefers to throw a spanner in the works with an early e5, and it changes the character of the game.
Yeah. Bishop b4 is very typical for these trying to destroy the white pawn's position. As after e3, the d3 square is slightly vulnerable, though not feeling any pressure at least yet, but we will see. And the white just defends the knight solidly.
So you won't have to recapture with a pawn if it's taken, and it's also holding the white squares. This idea of moving queen c2 was out of vogue for a long time. I know it's called the classical line in the Nimzo-Indian, and for a long time it was considered too slow. But it's come back into fashion, and now seems to turn up all the time. I suppose, yes, white was in a position to transpose into a form of the Nimzo-Indian defense with d4 instead.
Possibly that kind of idea is going to be thought, but the d4 is probably premature in this position in practice, because white king is still at least 2 moves from castling and might feel the heat, and there is no hurry for white to open the position.
No.
Just first castles and then to figure out that what to do with the bishop on b4 and with the central pawn position.
And you can be fairly sure that these masters are thinking, what sort of position does my opponent like to play, and how can I avoid it?
Yeah. Okay, let's see some more moves.
So
d6 feels natural.
So black plays d6, which gets opens up a line for his queen's bishop to escape, and then white plays bishop e2, which in terms of move order actually hasn't, as far as I can see, it's not in the database, hasn't been played before. But there are so many transpositional possibilities in these positions that they will, in a couple of moves, they will drift back into a position that's been seen before. So black castles, and then white plays knight d5, which is a perfectly ordinary English opening move that you see very often. Just underlining the fact that white stands well on the light squares, and thinking, well, I'll get that knight out of the way so that I can keep it. Or I could exchange it under favourable circumstances. A capture of that knight would open up the c file for white to operate.
That's something black doesn't want to have.
So that's not normally something you would readily do with black, because you just tie yourself down to a defensive job for a long time.
Keeps aggressive.
Yeah. So instead, we get this move that Kasparov made so popular. We get this early e4. And the thing about that that e4 thrust by black is that it cuts the white position in half. White has to play around that pawn, and it's just a pain. I know, because I've seen this from the white side of the board a good many times, that just organizing your forces around that advanced pawn is just tricky.
And white has to come backwards.
Yeah, so he drops back to knight e1, and that's now a position we're back in the master database after knight e1. Suddenly, my machine hasn't yet spotted that this is in the GM database. It did find it earlier. Now, for some reason, it doesn't find it anymore. But knight e1, this is a position that's been seen in master play, trust me. And that knight is going to come back into the game one day. It's not quite clear how. Well, I suppose he's going to play d3, neutralize the advanced d pawn, and then bring it back.
Yeah, or maybe even f3 and opening the
or f3. Yes, that's also another way. So you have a majority of center pawns.
So black makes sure he has the dark squares on the queen side with the a5. Clearly hinting for white that there's no chances for a3, b4 kind of expansion there, which would have been otherwise possible. And there's a very nice square for the black bishop on c5.
Yeah, well, that's the normal reason for playing a5, is to protect the c5 square so that you can put a piece on it.
Yes,
I'm not sure that the bishop would necessarily be doing very much on c5, because it's just sort of sitting looking at the e3 pawn and wondering if it will ever have a future. But certainly, yes, and you can sort of imagine pawn advances here happening, and having access to these black squares is going to be important.
And the e3 pawn is very well protected now, but white's game will be around playing d3 or f3 at some point.
Yeah, yes, because he's got to neutralize that advanced d pawn somehow, and that will weaken e3. So maybe there'll be tactics later based on this. And white in turn now just plays around it. So he thinks, I need to get the rest of my pieces out. And
nice
while
diagonal for the white too.
Yes, well, while the black bishop is out on the queen side looking at me, I'll use my light squared bishop, or dark squared bishop, to use that beautiful long diagonal, and maybe think about making things difficult for the black king. So you get a fianchetto on the queen side, putting the bishop on b2. Not quite yet, but in a couple of moves after they've exchanged knights, and
one exchanges to f6.
You gain time.
And a good question is that, what about bishop b2 here, putting more pressure to f6? what would be the result? If exchanging, then it opens the c file, but it's now pretty well covered by black, and the d pawn on d5 might prove vulnerable.
Be difficult to hold.
So white just went on
So
the
white
change
and goes for the more in many ways the clearest way to play the position. Just exchange the knights and then bring the bishop into play with tempo. Black queen has to do something. Are you realistically going to play knight e5 in that position and just walk into a pin?
No.
Well, you'd be looking at a future of bringing the knight into d3, but you're not strong enough there to be able to support the outpost. So the self-pin probably doesn't work.
So the queen just steps.
So the queen steps sideways, one step sideways to g6. And it's starting to sort of think about, hey, look, I can see a king down there. I can see ways of making life difficult for that king. Perhaps pawn advances, bishop h3 is actually playable, though it doesn't necessarily achieve much at the moment. Pawn advances down the king's side. This is what I meant when I said that the pawn on e4 cuts the white position in half. Because if black does get an attack going against the king, then it will be really quite difficult to coordinate the white forces in defense. And so therefore, we get an immediate assault on that advanced white pawn. And I don't think that either player is really having any difficulty in anticipating what move his opponent is going to play next. This is pretty obvious.
Compared to the previous game we were looking at, Brunswick Percivalli, there they had played 10 moves more and used a little bit less time. Here the guys have taken their first half an hour on the clock already off, and they are on move 13.
And you have to wonder how much of the thinking time is about, well, what can I do next? I suspect they already know what they can do next, but they're thinking, what will be most effective against this particular opponent?
As well, yes.
So it's I've got a choice here, but which choice will be most effective against this guy? Because I think they know the choices. They're not innovating. The likelihood is that they've seen games like this before and played games like this before. So they're really thinking which way to take it, which direction to sail, rather than can I do anything new, or is there some way that I can blow my opponent off the board?
With a win, Hammer would be a medalist, but he's out of the championship race already, because in the case of Hammer winning and Percivalli winning, there would be a three-way tie on 6.5 points between the three players, but the first thing then to decide is their games against each other, and their Percivalli has 1.5, and Hammer has only half, I think, and Eric has 1, so it would be in that case Percivalli Blomqvist Hammer. But if Blomqvist gets a draw or a win, then he's outright the winner, and Hammer with a win would be on the silver medals.
So they've still got something to play for, but of course it's got to be a bit disappointing for the Norwegian.
Yeah, I've got the feeling when discussing with him yesterday that he feels he has been a little bit too soft and getting his opponents too easily.
Yeah, I think he's right.
to draws.
Yeah, I think that's quite right. We were saying that earlier, that he's been letting them off. But it's partly his own fault. That game yesterday, for example, all that his opponent really needed to notice was, hey, it's dangerous if I let the queen swing across to the king side, and therefore I must capture in the center now and not let my opponent capture. And after you've seen that, suddenly it's not such a difficult thing to notice that, hey, look, I've got an open H file, I've got a potential weakness on H7, I'm castled on that side. What's my opponent thinking? He's thinking, how can I get my queen over there? What has he just done? He's played a move that makes it possible. What do? I stop it. Because the alternative is carnage. And they analysed a few of these lines and how in this room yesterday, and Hammer was very excited about, you know, now I can't see what you've got. The truth is absolutely so. Yes, he's got nothing much if you let it happen, but you don't have to let it happen. And after he'd seen this and neutralized that idea, White had nothing. I really had nothing. It just, the game just sort of peters out into a very dull draw.
It was kind of a risky novelty from Hammer that the Queen A4, which was probably the new move.
That's the new move. That's the new move, and
little play.
And it's the kind of move that will
give that possibility, but
it will
there
work.
Was just a narrow path.
It works in the second division of the Finnish National League. But masters have a little bit more sense of danger and realise that just because the Queen has skipped out to the Queen side does not mean that that's where it's going to stay. Well, we're talking about yesterday's game anyway. But that may well be why Hammer has he's maybe underestimated his opponents in this event.
So, shall we take the next game?
Yeah, I think we move forward.
Kjartansson, Karttunen.
Yeah, so this is a Finland-Iceland, or Iceland-Finland encounter. And
here we are in the Slav again, but
Slav defense.
Kjartansson plays the E3, which is somehow dubbed as a slow Slav.
I have been told that the Slav defense is so much more popular nowadays because when computer programs were being developed, this was the variation that human players couldn't, or this was the defense for black that human players could not crack with the white pieces. And this was at a time when this was before computers were beating world champions, but they were playing the Slav defense with black, and even the strongest players were unable to win when black played the Slav defense. So what happened was that masters thought, well, this is interesting. If I can't beat the machine when it plays this way, perhaps I can learn to play this way, and then my opponents won't be able to beat me. This is a huge thing to have if you're playing with black pieces as a grandmaster against someone who opens 1d4. The fact that you can know that you have a way of avoiding losing. Just play like the machine. And the machine wasn't doing anything particularly clever. It was just setting up a position in which it was difficult for white to gain any significant advantage. So the Slav defense suddenly took off, and everyone was playing like a computer. And this is, a lot of people were complaining, well, this is really dull. It's, well, fair enough, it's dull, but how do you win?
Yeah, and black takes his bishop out as he has the chance, compared to many semi-Slav positions where the bishop stays in.
Yeah, well, this is
traditional protection on the light square.
This is the traditional point of not just of the Slav defense against the Queen's pawn, but of the Caro-Kann as well, that you don't leave the bishop entombed behind black pawns.
Now it is definitely out.
And now he's set up that diamond in the center, the strong point at d5 with the bishop outside. And you were talking about the London system yesterday. This is what it basically is. It's the London system for the black pieces. And white immediately thinks, I wanted to harass that bishop before it can settle back on h6, or rather on h7.
Yeah, that's right. And bishop g6 is one of the main moves, but Mika plays this more enterprising bishop e4, kind of forcing or introducing a free move before going back to g6, where it will be exchanged within the next few moves. Queen b3 here shows the downside
of all of these variations where the bishop comes out, and both for white and for black. If you move the queen's bishop in a queen pawn game, you leave the queen's knight pawn, as we say in the English-speaking world. You leave it loose. It may not be easy to defend it. And often this queen b3 or queen b6 move is a double attack against the center and against that queen's knight pawn. Well, in this case, anyway, white swings out to b3, hitting the b7 pawn, and black has to think of the various ways of defending it, and he has to think forward that if you put the queen on c7 or c8, then maybe that file will be open in a while, and you'll lose time having to move the queen again when the white rook comes to that line. But in this case, he's decided, oh, all right, I'll put the queen on c7. What were the options there? You could have put it on b6, That would invite an exchange of queens, but then you have the problem of double pawns that may not be secure, but you would have an open A file if white exchanged.
Yeah, and one possible solution for queen b6 would be knight a4 and open for white the a file.
Indeed,
because
yeah.
it's immediately after the queen exchange, threatening knight b6
yes.
winning an exchange.
Percy Bogey had a game like this earlier in the tournament where he caused all sorts of trouble for his opponent. Based on this exchange of queens and weakened pawns and activity on that side of the board. But anyway, here we have just a simple queen c7. Maybe looking at the fact that white with f3 loosened the pawns around the king, opened up the black squares a little bit.
Queen on c7, when it's supported by bishop d6, is looking down the long diagonal to h2, g3.
Well, right, and now g3 will not be as solid as it would have been if you hadn't played f3. So yeah, he's got some ambitions, as you would expect with a player like Karttunen. He's looking out for ways of complicating things.
But getting bishop to d6, it should work kind of immediately, because then it can be kicked back by c5.
It can, but that would again mean a different kind of game again. Then you relinquish the pressure against the black centre, such as it is, and you can no longer open up the position in quite the traditional queen pawn way. We just have to think carefully about those moves. The machines play them readily. Oh yeah, let's just move forward and gain space. But it's by no means clear that 20 moves later you're going to be pleased with that decision.
Yeah. What is bishop d2 clearing the c1 for the rook and putting some pressure along the c file?
Yeah, this is the obvious ambition. That bishop's got to move sometime.
Yeah.
Just get ready to bring the rook onto the c file. And the weight developments. He's not taking on g6 yet.
There is no hurry.
There is no hurry, but he does now.
And the g3. No.
The recapture comes with the h pawn. So now, where is white going to put his king?
That's a good question. G3 is more or less mandatory because the h2 pawn was actually hanging.
Quite.
And h3 is out of question because of queen
g6 would just be inviting trouble.
But now
playing h3 and queen g3, and then it's just a check, and the king has to move, and it's just inviting unnecessary trouble. Sort of move that you play against an opponent when you think he's trying to get a draw. I'll give him a little bit of rope and see if he hangs himself, but you don't give that much rope to a master.
That's right. White has a bishop pawn, bishop pair. Here it's not wide open yet, but white has opening moves in the center.
It's got to be part of the plan, hasn't it?
C takes d.
Where would you say the light squared bishop is going to go? G2 or D3 or?
Both
or is he going to take on? Is he going to take in the center and then perhaps wait for white to recapture, black to recapture with the c pawn, and then maybe develop it out to b5?
Could be G.
Maybe this explains the flexible play with bishop d2. It is not clear where the other bishop belongs.
Both sides can castle to either side. Still, and knight bd7.
Knight bd7
natural developing pressuring for the e5 and breaking.
Indeed, yes, and it gives black the option now of going in either direction. Black would be quite solid castling kingside here. You can't believe that there's anything going north.
What is your ambition on the h file?
Yes,
the rook is there already. And
if he castled queenside, he'd be castling into the way the white pieces are organized. White plays the king to f2, which we used to call it castling by hand. So instead of, he still hasn't resolved the question of where he's going to put the bishop, the light squared bishop. It just moves the king to f2, thinking it's as good as castling. It's as good as castling kingside.
But now, as the position in the center is not fixed, it could be blown open.
Well, quite.
And
Of
I
the
feel
two
that king
kings,
f2 is
yeah,
kind of a little bit.
of the two kings,
yeah.
it's clear which one is potentially more exposed by that.
Okay, let's see how the guys push forward. Now it comes to the bishop d6, actually threatening directly to take to g3.
Yes, that is a straightforward threat. Just to take and then take the rook on h1, winning the exchange and a pawn.
Yeah, but it's easy to parry
of course,
this one to connect the rooks.
Of course, then you connect the rooks and that threat is neutralized for the time being. But looking at this, how badly is black now? That looks to be all right.
I think black is quite fine, and the g5 is putting some heat.
Yeah, so then we get g5 as the next move, and here is the first point where where the machine will happily play c5, driving the bishop back.
Could be played, yeah.
Yeah, but you would think about it 3 times if you were playing that as a human being, because you'd know that that setting up that kind of pawn chain limits your own flexibility quite a lot.
Yes, it takes
basically gives the initiative to the opponent to break open that pawn chain and use the resulting lines.
Okay.
Again, that is the sort of thing that club players, that average club players will do without adequate thought, but it's not really wise. And instead, he can Carlsson completes the process of castling by hand by moving his king to g2. So he's taken 2 moves to get his king to square. He would have taken 2 moves to get it there by castling, but his rook would no longer be on h1 if he'd done that.
And the g3 would be
G3
weak point
weak,
when we are speaking of the bishop and the queen. The king would be on g1.
But you can still say that king's position is still not entirely solid.
It's not a happy king, no. Asking his opinion directly. That what are you doing? Why am I not on b1 instead?
Yeah.
And black has ambition, opening up.
So here,
pushing
yes, black decides that even though his opponent's got the 2 bishops, he's more interested in what is going on here. Even the club player now notices that the white king and the white queen are separated in a certain pattern. And wouldn't it be nice if I could take with a knight on e3 and then shake hands and go home early? It's just sort of something that you notice instantly when you see the position of the king and the queen, that, oh, they are separated by a knight fork. That's nice. Is there any way that I can get one? You can, but that's how tactics begin, because you then think to yourself, okay, I could sacrifice here and here in order to achieve a position where the knight fork is available. Yeah. And that is what we call a combination. And when it works, it can look quite nice. So anyway, you get the capture on c4, the white queen recaptures, and black has ambitions to make life uncomfortable for that king now.
And white plays rook
White plays e5 again, so that's the end of the Slav pawn chain, of the semi-Slav or typical white square pawn chain. Both center pawns shoved forward just to loosen things up. White is playing this position. He plays rook c1. Actually, looking at this, yeah, I suppose rook c1 does actually open up the prospect of knight b5.
Yes.
So it does have a sort of a threat, because if you take, then
and maybe there's
you bring a rook to the 7th.
d5 kind of ideas also.
Yeah. But by playing knight b5, you either take or you don't take. But if you take, then white will have a rook on the 7th rank, and black's pawn structure will be 3 pawns against 2 on the queen's side, with no prospect of making a passed pawn. So that's a positional threat. Knight b5.
Yeah. It also takes kind of the long castling of the black king uncomfortable, because there's so much pressure on the
because
c5
you can throw forward the b pawn and generally loosen up the position on that side. So there is, yes, it's a sensible move.
Yeah. It's good to see that there is good fighting chess in the last round.
Yeah.
Also in this game.
Yeah, so so the Islander is hitting back, and this is going to be very interesting when the centre opens.
Yes, indeed.
And the moment of when to open the centre is also interesting because at the moment the dark squared bishop for white is sort of sitting looking at its own pawn and not doing very much and without much prospects. And exchanges in the centre would liberate that bishop. So black has to play that exchange at the right time. And black is not worried if white captures in the centre. That just activates his minor pieces. But if black is going to take on d4, white has the option of recapturing with the pawn, liberating his bishop.
Yeah.
So it's really very crucial that black plays that move at the right time. Otherwise, things could get very uncomfortable. And he's got a loose pawn on g5 that would fall off quite quickly if he opened up that. And the isolated queen's pawn in that position wouldn't necessarily be bad. It's a sort of position where it would be useful. It could be shoved forward at the right moment to open up the c line, and so I don't think if black is going to try to open up the line leading down to the white king side, it's got to be done at the right moment. Well, that's an amateur evaluation, but just what I think's sort of happening here. Do you see any other tactical motifs in that position?
There's a lot of tension. They are not direct tactics yet. Expect the threat of knight b5.
Well, I'm literally just thinking about what's here. Knight b6, queen d7, queen h3 check. Three moves, and black is getting in a check and getting the queen somewhere near the king. The first move gains a tempo. Knight b6 gains a tempo on the white queen. The queen moves queen d7, and you have this possibility of bringing the queen in the king side. That's one tactic or tactical idea in the position. But what else is there? I'm just looking for obscure tactics here. Thinking if I think of myself as defending this position for white, then what do I need to be thinking about? And that's one thing. And anything else there?
White's counterplay on the center and on the queen side is probably crucial because that would keep black busy.
Well, that's what you have to do.
And not to keep him out from the king side of attacking possibility.
Immediate d5 by white. We've already said that knight b5 was a threat, positional threat, presumably to be dealt with by a6 or something. Immediate d5.
Yep, that's another thing. Yes, sure.
That actually puts the question to black. How do you deal with that? Because you can't take. But if you just do nothing, then you'll be weak. Have a weak c6 point. Then it's knight b6.
You probably could take with a pawn.
But it's knight b6 there. d5, knight b6.
Yeah.
It's the queen. Queen moves.
Yeah.
Capture in the center.
Yeah.
So that's okay. That's solid. So he has got time for a6 here, blocking off one threat because he can deal with the other by a tactic. So that's all right. But it was close thing. Well, lots of things. I mean, this is the sort of position where you're going to get a lot of close calls.
Let's see quickly what is happening there on the Blomqvist Percivaldi, because I see that the latest move made has been the bishop taking to h7, so there has been some proceedings here. We were somewhere here, rook taking to f6.
What move was that?
18, 19.
So we were looking at move 8, 19, rook takes f6, and then black responded by castling queenside. Getting his king away from
and the king g2, and I think we saw this king b8 and
king b8.
Then we
getting
were
to a safe square.
Looking at what is happening next.
And the rook comes to f7.
Yes, and it is the h7 pawn. It's active on the 7th. It's always annoying in principle. Maybe the other rook is coming from a1.
Well, that's what you're going to do. Although you have to be a little bit careful because those bishops can make life uncomfortable for the rooks.
Yes, as well. And the bishop e6 has been played,
starts already.
sacrificing the h-pawn.
Letting the h-pawn go. So actually white has 2 extra pawns here.
White has 2 extra pawns. This is getting a very, very interesting. Black is more active, but somehow I feel that the pawns, those g and h pawns, they will start rolling at some point.
White has 3 passed pawns, 2 extra pawns, and they are 2 connected passed pawns on a side of the board where black has no pieces at all. Black has no pieces on the king side, and there is a bishop on e6, which is sort of in the center, but on the king side proper, black has no pieces and no pawns. Nothing to stand in the way of those white pawns just sort of going down the board and doing what passed pawns do. So, well, I mean, I just look at this and I think to myself, what's Sastamala doing here? Has he got anything more than a few irritating checks?
Say if white would play rook d1, just making sure that black doesn't penetrate with this rook to d2, rook h8, bishop moves somewhere, d3 maybe or c2. Then there's a bishop check on h3, king has to go, or does it have to go back?
Go h1, because I think the check
h1
on c5
is
nasty.
an available square there, yes, for sure. Bishop d6 then starts to threaten the g3. There's some pressure, but somehow I feel it's temporary.
Yeah, so it doesn't look as if, unless Sastamala has found some unusual results there, it really doesn't look like he's doing too well. Let's see what my machine says.
Shows
At the moment, it's saying that white has an advantage of around a pawn, and that's just when it starts to think. But if Sastamala has found something here, then it's deep.
And there is counterplay, but how good is it? Eventually, the white knight doesn't have too many squares either, but it's white to move now. So.
Yeah, well, now it's been thinking for a full minute, and this machine has a rating of around 2,800, and it still says plus 102. So it hasn't found anything tactical. Normally, it finds interesting tactics to a depth of about 5 moves without in the first 20 seconds. Yeah. So there's nothing tactical there.
Compensation as there's 2 points more, and the evaluation is just plus 1.
There's nothing tactical for black. Yeah. So there's no tactical compensation for black to speak of. He's got 2 extra pawns. You have to say that this is slipping away. He's gonna, if he doesn't get at least a draw from this game, he misses his grandmaster norm.
That's right. Yes.
And he misses a share of first prize. What will he get if he loses this? Assuming the hammer wins.
That's then he's. Based on those third, but there's probably there's someone coming from.
Well, the only other contender is Smith.
Smith, yes, but Smith is playing.
But Smith's playing Hammer, of course. Yes. So if Hammer wins, then Smith is out of it, and well, then it's then Martin Sastamala comes third. He gets a bronze medal, and it's a tremendous achievement, whatever happens. But he'll be disappointed if he loses this really so easily.
Yeah, and it's difficult to predict that how much there is game ahead.
Yeah, well, we don't know. He'll fight. We know because we've seen him fight several times in this tournament. But still, it doesn't look like there's a lot of prospect there. Now, the machine has upped the. Oh no! It's dropped it back to 0.96 of a pawn. Yeah. Well, it's not enough to win a game, but you can see here a very clear approach for white to win.
Yeah.
It's just inching forward, and the pawns get bigger and bigger as they get further and further up the board.
Yes, right. Okay, shall we take a short break?
Well, I was thinking there are 2 games we haven't talked about yet, so we can have a quick look at those. Board 2, we're working backwards. We've got Oxford and Stipula.
And let's go into the beginning there.
Yeah, so this is a Sicilian defence.
This is a Sicilian Solimo, and
most of the games in this tournament have begun with 1d4 or 1 knight f3. So they've all tended to have a rather closed feel about them. This is one of the actually a half-open game at a Sicilian defence, but then they don't play the Sicilian defence in the way that Bobby Fischer used to play it. We get all of this modern stuff, which is really old stuff that has been revived.
Yeah.
So we get the Rossalimo variation of the Sicilian.
Yes, and Vilka played not
With an early Queen
not
B6.
the most useful common move.
No,
Queen
not
Bishop.
at all. Not at all. He plays Queen D6, and this starts to resemble an O'Kelly Sicilian now.
And Oxner started to long for at least 10 minutes on this move, just to kind of grab it that what is happening, what was the theory,
Yeah.
and all that.
Well, quite.
And played a healthy development.
Well, it's a healthy development move, and it even has a point that it threatens knight d5, and then if you take the bishop, you lose the queen.
Yes.
So it's
Vilka just took that knight.
Yeah, so
jumped away.
yeah. So that explains in a way that explains Black's response with e6, and then you get the capture of the
Not chased,
of the knight.
capture.
No.
It was probably that the black knight might have been on the way to d4 in this position.
And then
so
it's
to prevent
it's like the English
kind of,
like the English Open games we were
yes,
talking about.
just to make it away.
So snap off that bishop, and the queen recaptures, so there's no double pawn. Although I wouldn't necessarily regard a double pawn as a particular weakness in that position. But anyway, he takes back with the queen, and now this is what I said when I said it resembles an O'Kelly Sicilian, because a couple of moves later.
And the d4 goes back to the open Sicilian.
He plays a6, which is typical O'Kelly Sicilian type thing, and then white castles, and black then plays d4. White then plays d4. So black's played a6, white plays d4 in the center, and now we have something that does look recognizably Sicilian, with half open c5.
This is something resembling the Khan or
Yes.
Yeah. But black doesn't have the knight on c6, and white doesn't have the right squared bishop. And who is favored by that change is a good question.
You do have to ask, what sort of game does white want here? Because without the white squared bishop, it's not going to be sort of slam bang attacking type stuff. Not usually.
No.
It's more likely to be a positional thing. He'll be looking for some sort of a bind. What are the positional motifs for black? Well, getting in d5 is one classic one.
Very, very important.
We might need to alternatively
could
might
have
play
kind
e5
of
and
pre-development here, bishop to c5 or b4, and knight to f6 or e7 castles.
yes.
Getting the b pawn forward and bishop to b7 would be kind of ideal for black, but of course white
Black has two bishops.
as well. Yes, I mean in the end it might be quite a force.
Wait.
Let's see. Rook
So just roll forward and just see
E1.
what the rest of the moves
Bishop
were.
came to
Bishop
c5,
came to c5
yes.
as you anticipated. Knight to b3. So knight is offside on b3.
Yeah, d6 is it could have gone to a7.
Or e2. E2 is available for that knight.
And now hitting the h.
Yeah, so the bishop drops back, hitting the h2 pawn. After the king's rook had already gone to e1, so it's slightly hairier than usual.
This is getting interesting because f4 is suffering a pawn sacrifice, and accepting it gives white a big lead in the development at the cost of the pawn. But it's not that easy to swing into the black position. There is d6 point, b6 point, but no quick
Potentially
entries.
f7 point if that pawn is accepted. Then.
As well, yes. And Vilka takes.
And Vilka takes it because that's the kind of player he is. It's okay. You give me a chance to complicate, and I'll do it, even if the complications seem to favour you. So rolling forward on my machine. One back.
Sorry.
Yeah, the queen is sitting on f5 on f4. Black has won a pawn. Black only has the queen developed. All the other pieces that are still on the board, black pieces are still on their original squares. Black is two moves
Potential black
two moves from
square.
castling.
Yeah.
And you have to ask, all right, has white got 3 tempi for the pawn? That's one of the first questions you ask. 3 tempi is what you normally think of as compensation for a captive
I
pawn.
think there is.
And yes, he's got all of his pieces are active except the queen's rook, which can become active in one move, and black is needs at least 3 moves to complete his development. So that's 2.5 or 3 tempo. That's enough for a gambit pawn.
And this is hitting the G7. White is putting the heat up.
I'm already looking for tactical possibilities here instead of Queen D4. I'm thinking to myself, sacrifices in the Sicilian, Knight D5. Recaptures with check. If Knight E7, D6 is already looking like the sort of thing that appears in chessgames.com as the problem of the day.
The king has escape square on F8, and the queen doesn't have a quick check onto that.
No. So it would be more subtle, but once the pawn gets to D6, there could be compensation for a whole piece. He didn't play it, but I immediately look at it and wonder if that's available in that position.
Those are always interesting possibilities.
Yeah.
But Queen D4
he plays Queen D4 instead.
Heat up, threatening G7, Knight F6 is, and also preparing to cast.
Yeah, so White's in no particular hurry, but now he can gain a tempo on Queen, which he does. And the black queen has to go somewhere, and it's not so easy to see where.
G4 is interesting because it gives up the dark squares,
yeah,
and it would give the D6 for the white queen.
Yeah, except that the E4 pawn will be on pre if that happened. But that's hairy, isn't it?
Chasing queen.
So it chases the queen with H3, and yeah. So is that seriously offering the E pawn as well?
It is, yes, it is.
Well,
because
you answered that suspiciously quickly for my taste. I think to myself, hold on a minute, I can see 2 rooks aiming down the E and F files. I can see my own castle king. I can see a queen that is only a knight's jump away from my own castle king, and you're saying, oh yes, he's offering a pawn.
Two threats and 1 defense. So that's my simple mathematics.
Well, fair enough.
and taking his threatens to the queen, so
yes,
so there is
indeed.
not kind of
indeed
intermediate
moves. So there are no clever tricks with a sudden rook takes F7.
And here actually what happened.
So that's what he did. He took it.
Yeah.
He took it. Okay, he just takes it. Yeah, okay. I see a pawn, I take it.
And now taking with the knight would leave the white queen in the middle of the ball, and pinning it would give them black chances to protect it with a D5 or F5.
Yeah.
And,
well, there's certainly
happening then.
Well,
Opening 1 file more.
They've burned their bridges, haven't they? Both players.
Yeah.
Okay. Vilka seems to think that he's going to get away with this. He might be right. So
it's very good, strong in calculating variations.
Incidentally, yeah. No, okay.
But actually, it's Oxner who is down all the time. He has just 23 minutes left.
Well, it's not really surprising. He's really got to think to himself, is it worth making these offers? And he's obviously decided, yes, well, in for a penny, in for a pound, I'll either win or lose this with glory.
Yeah.
And plays Queen D4 and
threatening the knight, which has to be protected as it's pinned,
and find some way to protect
the G7 simultaneously.
Yes.
So this is getting really, really interesting.
So he plays F5, which I suppose is reasonable. Bear in mind he's still playing effectively without his queenside pieces.
Yes.
It's going to take at least 2 moves, 1, 2, 3 moves to develop the queen and the rook and the bishop on the queen side. So he's playing with half the army still in its barracks.
Yes, and what it takes here.
No, well now that's interesting because
Because okay, if you take the pawn
surely not going to trade
file and here the G7 and the H7.
And the H7's pawn is going to drop off to be loose. So maybe he just gets his material back.
Yes.
So that's what happened. Okay.
That's what happened. Yes.
So he gets his material back, and now we have a position where we're still asking which king is in greater danger.
Yeah, short term it's certainly black king because the development is still lacking.
Well, I was going to say in the very short term it's white in the position I'm looking at here because it's check. But queen.
Okay, after check.
check. Then the king goes to H1. And then the queen
still wriggling to the defense.
And the queen comes back. Yes, Queen comes back, so he perhaps is still thinking in terms of I'd like to castle one day, so I don't want to allow that check. The other rook comes across, which is pretty much the obvious move.
Yeah.
It's not yet shown on my machine, but I'm fairly sure that Queen G5 on the machine is saying play rook F2. I'll play rook FE1. I'll play rook AE1, and that will be worth a third of a pawn. So actually, this thing is calculating, and it's not finding a big advantage for white.
No. Machines are also very good at defending.
Well, that's the point. Yeah, they will tend to
defensive moves.
They tend to find all of these strange things that you wouldn't believe.
But here we have also a full scale fight.
Yeah, 5 pawns on each side, so the material is back level again. Black's still behind in development. White's king potentially exposed, Benko Gambit style. But Black will have to loosen things up a little bit in order to get castled. We're probably going to play b5 here, bishop b7, and castle
Black
queenside.
can play, he's vulnerable on the dark squares, obviously,
Yeah.
here, and play b6, bishop b7, long castle.
b6, of course, yes, keeping the knight out.
Yeah.
Bishop b7, long
How
castles, and
much
he's going
can
to
White
develop.
do damage?
It's going to develop some pressure against the king side when those rooks get across. So what can you do before that happens?
Incidentally, some white rooks are now on e1 and f1, but for black to develop, the d7 pawn would be vulnerable if the bishop wants to get
That's right.
to e7. And then moving d pawn, then use e pawn vulnerable and open you the 7th rank.
Then of course,
white
the other thing is moving the bishop to b7.
Yeah.
If you put the knight on d4, you're threatening to smash through with knight takes e6. The instant that bishop moves.
So, but black plays like something like queen e7 and just
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. Then you're then you're potentially into an endgame. You're not worried about getting mated anymore. You're worried about whose pawns hit the back row quickest. And then you say, okay, well, there are 2 passed pawns on board. White's h pawn is more remote in a sense. I don't know. Was it really more remote? Black's e pawn.
Very much that. How can black get the pieces on the play?
Yeah.
If he can do that reasonably, then the bishop might be very strong piece in this on the h1 to a8 diagonal, having a very strong hold, good strong hold on e4. But it's still at least 3 moves away from there.
White is better here, but not that much.
Yeah, white has the development and a kind of that if he can find something significant now, then it's his game. But if he just plays kind of defensive or non-committing moves, then black might catch up quite nicely.
Yeah. So that's a pretty good state to be in after 22 moves, and what have we had? 2 hours of play.
And let's take a quick look on
the last
Jensson
game is
summary.
an Iceland-Norway encounter. You have Jensson playing white against Solomon. Solomon's had a pretty poor tournament, but it's not because he's a poor player. He's just been off form.
And we are in Queen's Gambit Tarrasch.
Yeah, it's a Tarrasch variation, semi-Tarrasch.
Yes, actually, yeah.
Which you get this kind of exchange in the middle that is sort of a bit. If you had a bishop on g7, you think, oh, this is a Grunfeld, but but instead the bishop swings out to b4. I've seen some games decided very, very quickly in these lines.
Yeah, Queen a4 check is beast sometimes.
But that's not going to happen in the Master Tournament. Now we get a lot of early exchanges, a very open queen side.
Yes. Very typical pawn formation for this opening variation.
Black with a 2-to-1 majority on the queen side, but those black pawns haven't moved yet. White with a what they call a broad pawn center. Pawns at d4 and e4, radiating power and keeping black's pieces out of the center. But black's pieces haven't actually moved yet, so they're not being pushed aside by the advancing white pawns.
That's a beautiful center. Really.
Yeah.
Let's see how we can take advantage of that.
Yeah, so you can take lots of pretty pictures of that beautiful centre, but it isn't really doing much, except of course that it is excluding black from the centre.
Yes.
But it's a target. It's going to be hit from afar with moves.
Yeah.
Knight f6
Okay,
is going
let's
to
see a
be.
little bit forward.
Castles
Bishop
and-
e2, b6. Castles, yes. Bishop e7.
Nothing terribly surprising about this.
Queen f4. Okay.
Nothing terribly surprising about any of
They're
this.
just developing.
They're just developing and opening, just getting their pieces rolling. Both kings look fairly safe.
Yeah.
Superficially at least. Black's king, maybe if we think there might be some attacking attacks coming, Black's king be slightly looser. Yeah, but not a lot in it.
But it would also give the d5 point there.
Indeed.
Nice place for the
and so everything would have to be timed.
Yes, very much. And this takes the knight g5 off.
Yeah, black comes up with one of my favourite manoeuvres in a second. Exchange of one pair of rooks down the c file, the other rook comes to the c file, and black puts his queen on a8, reinforcing pressure down the light diagonal, which is a move that I always enjoy playing because it reminds me of Nimzowitsch and Reti in particular. And Reti's famous win against Capablanca was achieved by a beautiful maneuver involving moving the queen from, he's playing with the white pieces, between a1 and h1, alternately putting pressure on the centre until the centre buckled.
That was
an extraordinary game, but you really have to say it was fantastic.
That was the happy 1920s.
Well, quite. That's right. Indeed, it was, and say that Nimzowitsch only ever had to win, or was Reti rather, only ever had to win one game like that to become an immortal. Yes. But yes, I like this maneuver, bringing the queen to the square on which the queen is technically least effective in the corner, but under certain circumstances can be most effective.
Yeah, pressure against the e4.
Yeah, pressure against the e4. Which keeps
white gets kind of tragic measures against that because
so he blasts forward with d5 first, which brings a pawn. The pawn comes to d5, and then not recapturing, but just saying, okay, that pawn blocks you, and then punching forward with e5. And this is when I said that black's king might be a little loose. This is what now seems to be what's happening. That e5 drives the defending knight back and leaves the black king exposed. And for a brief window, you might have the dream of a direct attack.
As the queen on a8, though it was pressing the center, now it's just
now the
far away from
queen
the
is offside. So yes, when we talked about Reti and so on, that was in a very blocked position where you weren't going to see things suddenly opened up and watch your king going back into the box.
This is very interesting also. It's great that the last round didn't bring any short draws or
no.
This is a full-fledged
They're both playing for a win here. But white has created a very interesting situation with direct attack now.
Yeah.
So is that the last move we have at e5?
It is, yes.
Yeah, actually my machine hasn't collected it yet. Let's try to update.
Shall we take a short break now?
Yeah, that's it. I'm just watching what the machine says. The machine does not say that white has an immediate win. It says that white has a pawn advantage, even though he's a pawn down. So that's compensation. That's the definition of compensation, when your rating is ahead, even though you're behind in material. Yeah, let's go and see.
avoid looking at this shit. I will think that somehow I cannot remember. This is normal. So, this is well clear, right?
Yeah, this. Yeah, I thought about things with luck.
Yes, yes, it's
First mistake.
that's why I don't know how many different pages because it's maybe ones for it.
So this is a little bit.
Yes, it's okay, fine.
Yeah.
I think it's correct on this.
Yeah. All this.
Yes, yes, because I remember one game here where there was something took and there was a mistake that we should be forced to correct.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Yeah, because you get this thing just for visual on each one. You get it.
Yeah. So it's all favorite things.
I can't really say, remember.